Hello, hello, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to 2026 first day of trade. I had a small, a short opening stream yesterday as the market opened over the weekend. I I want to check what or how the market react to the Venezuelan news or the news in Venezuela. We have an impressive opening, very volatile opening in crude and gold with some rise in gold. And now I wonder, as the market is getting close to the open, you have the ES up here and Nasdaq down here. I can see, um, I can see Nasdaq is inside previous day range and has this very, which I believe or consider this is an important reference in the upper side, closing these distributions. Nasdaq is pretty close to this, to close the Friday's distributions in a day, that has had a V shape. Come on, man. Hold on. Again, these things are acting weird. It's not. I don't know what's going on. Well, I don't know what's going on, but I don't know. This epic pen is not that good as I think it was going to be. Now, it's very close to close this distribution, but my main reference actually is down here, right? The 25,570, which is basically the base of, not the base, but I consider this where this breakout is coming from. And why I consider that a reference, because what happened here on Wednesday and also had some sort of support that coming from this day as well. Kind of like a swing level or pivot level, or okay, you can call it whatever you want to call it, right? But still, how everything has to be seen with the context. Now, I'm not going to trade from one specific level just because one single piece of information. But that's the reason why, but the reason behind highlighting these levels. And ES, ES has something similar around this area here, around the 69, 19, 69, 20, something like that. Right? I will see what the market does relative to this area. Right? If it starts, the volume starts to accumulate up here, and again, this is something we have talked over the weekend as well. Is this late rally high, right? Where the market opened relative to this point or this high. Big signal that this downside here was just a rebalancing of the inventory that has gotten close, gotten long when it was getting closer to the close. Remember this day ended with heavy buying, okay? Really heavy buying at the close. Now, as we get closer to the close, now the market, this market is establishing, these indices are establishing, in my opinion, it looks like they're establishing to the upside. Now, I want to check gold and crude, recheck, okay? Because I want to highlight here what VIX is doing here, right? How relevant VIX can be here. If I check crude, for example, this profile charts are from crude. Crude has gap to the upside. Right? It's about to gap to the upside. We have a gap to the upside. We are right at the high, at the close of these distributions. But trading, okay, the overnight trading below this questionable low down here, right? Basically, we have a 4 or 5Y low down here. It's not going to, or I am not going to consider this loss repair. But well, if I extend or open these profiles, I will see that there is something down here, right? This kind of like sort of support that was being established around these areas here. Really hard market. Got to be very careful here. The volatility is just, it there can be some volatility today here. And if I check VIX, you can see now where VIX is up here, right? Even though the ES and Nasdaq are in side range, VIX is high relative to where it closed on Friday. So there can be some volatility in these indices as we get close to the opening. There's a non-excess up high, there's a non-excess high in the ES, and both markets have V shape, right? Now, the chart, the gold chart is really interesting here. I don't trade gold, but I am going to start doing some, trying to get familiar with how this market trades. I'm going to use a SIM account until I get familiar with this market. We have some nice movement here, right? Aiming to the 32 level. The potential upside, I guess the 32 can be a good area to place a stop now. But the potential test, the ultimate test of this market can be the 46. Right? As long as VIX, I believe, right? I take whatever I say with a grain of salt. But as long as VIX remains high here, I think gold can give us some opportunities. If this starts to go lower and these markets start to go higher, let's see. Gold has been a more tradable, not as crazy market as crude. Right? This is crude, for example. Huh? We have this tremendous opening, big fat bar at the open. That pretty much established the range, has established the range of the overnight trade. Once this low was taken, as you can see here. Again, I cannot. Come on, man. Let me close this again. Let me close it out. Let's see if we are. Close toolbar. Let's open again. No. I mean, I don't know what the heck is going on. I mean, he can hide, but it does not. No, doesn't work. Okay. So once the law of this range was taken, as you can see, you know, look at what happened after that. It never checked back. It never. It's as we speak, it's testing the very high here, and kind of like momentum is flattening here. Maybe some downside. I wonder now if this high can be tested now. You know, because after all, we were talking yesterday. I consider what's happening in Venezuela actually is positive news. Positive news doesn't necessarily mean that the market is going to rally or is going to look to the upside, but in the long term is positive. You know, and the USA having control of that the biggest oil reserves of the world really means something good. But I would be very careful in this market. There can be some wild swings here, but probably some good trade can happen there. But I will be keeping an eye. I wonder now what can I do here. Yeah, I have crude on my other screen. I mean, I have gold on my other screen, but crude as well. Maybe I can move it here, so I can have a better look here. All right, let's see. I also don't want to have too many things that can become too. Mm-hmm. This can be a volatile opening. All right. Nah, I just got too many charts here. No, I'm just going to let it. I'm going to leave gold and crude in my other screen. I think 32 can be 31. Yeah, 32 can be a good area for gold to show some sort of support now. Now let's check. This are. Oh, this is. Profile and gold. There's a huge gap here, man. Uh-oh. My PC is getting slow now. I guess I have too many things here. I guess I need more memory now. I won't be able to stream if this keeps happening. I'm now starting to notice that it's getting slow. With these too many charts, man. Can you see? It takes its time to grab it. Alright. Well, this actually I like that chat. I like this I like this one better, huh? I don't need to have that big. Alright, market, we are like 10 minutes before the opening. Nasdaq is about to close this distribution here. Saddle is way below the overnight low in Nasdaq. Is it right there, right? It's right there in the ES. So this is something I don't like really. Not having this low right on a couple ticks from saddle. Very close to selling Nasdaq. Some in can be relevant maybe for the next couple days. Some information to carry on. Not necessary for maybe not necessary for today. Because if the market opens where it opens now, it will be opening very close to Friday's high, and with good also taking that high. So, but the next thing will be I wouldn't like to see, you know, the market coming back inside range. If this market comes back inside range, depending how it does it, right? I would pay close attention to these areas here, right? If there is volume that comes when the market comes down here, for example, in ES. I didn't check how this movement happened in Nasdaq, but I was checking how it did happen in the ES around the 68.90. The 6900 still remains as a reference, right? Now it is settled as well now. Now this is not good for the shorts here, you know. Closing right there, they can get squeezed here. I haven't seen a strong or significant squeeze happening the last week, even though there were some signs that was going to happen. I think we get really close to happen, but it didn't happen. Markets don't break. Weak markets, weak structures don't weak just because they are weak. Sometimes they need a catalytic to do it. But what happened in Venezuela, it is actually, it's in my opinion, right? It's something that can be good for this market. But I will take whatever is ever gonna salt because anything can happen here. So anything can happen. Take a look at gold, for example. Gold is about to test. It's about to test in the 32. It's right there. This can be, depending on how it goes, it can be a good opportunity. But all of these markets are now positioning themselves for the opening. You can pick your market, right? Pick your, crude oil has the 57, probably for 52, sort of two-ish of sort of some kind of support resistance here, right? Um, but I got to be very careful here in this market, man. This is why. There's a lot of inventory now that's underwater. Huh? In this market. One last thing here. This is where the other markets stand, right before the opening. Bonds are open, bonds are inside range, these highs are being repaired. Same goes for the 30. As you can see, gold supposed to open it with a gap, not that much of a gap, but a significant move to the upside that has taken this really, it's really wide range high out here. Crude, same thing. Now I'm going to open the daily for all these charts. Crude oil still remains to the downside in this range, right? Even though all the what we have been seeing here in the 5 minutes, the 30 minutes market profile charts, it is still inside this range. This level that we have talked, haven't talked about this level actually, but we can see there is some sort of base that is forming around around the 5780 sort of. What do we have there? 5780. Yeah, that's the closing. That's the high. This high we have here that happened after this high, the opening high was established, right? Which is this low here, which is the distribution's close. That level, okay, this level here can be of relevance for that market. Indices, yes, Nasdaq inside range. The Dow, man, the Dow has a Dow and Russell actually have taken their highs. So this market opens where it opens now and make an attempt to take the high, the Friday's high. This Russell and Dow actually are in line, right, to confirm that movement now. There might be some sort of pullback here that can happen, but I will pay close attention to where the direction of this market, right? Especially if I am going to trade these two, which actually is what I trade the most, right? Basically, the only one I trade is the ES. Okay, ready for the opening. If you have any questions, please just let me know. Bum, 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 bum. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what happened to gold if this market start to rally or take this high out, right? Price high out. All right, we have an open. Markets are open now. Ooh, high has been taken. All right. Wow. The Nasdaq for what we have seen last week. Seeing the charts, Nasdaq has been the weakest index, but it actually opened. It actually closed its distribution here. Right? Let's see. Dum, 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 dum. I will let the market settle. There can be some. Oh, look at VIX. Actually, there's some drop here, but it's still, well, it still is high relative to Friday. Coming low ago. Gotta let the market settle here, man. We got to be very careful. 34. This is a little bit lower. 34, 25. 34, yeah. Like that. After all, Nasdaq is still, I think the fate of these markets, of any rally here, is tied to what happened in Nasdaq. Okay, this is getting interesting. This is interesting here because I'm going to move. I don't want to keep moving my eyes back and forth. It seems that gold is going to be the one that's going to be worth to watch here rather than crude. Crude can be very volatile. I don't know if traders are going to be attracted to this market. The one on the left is crude, the one on the right is gold, right? But see something more volume here in this market in gold. As the Nasdaq drops, we have some rise in gold. But let's see. Let's have a couple bars here before try to do anything. Yes, let's see, some sort of, and if ES starts to below the 25, which Nasdaq has went through, right? The 90, actually 90 is for Nasdaq. There can be some bounce from this area here. This is this sort of pivot that we talk about in Nasdaq is right there. A swing level, right? It's kind of far in the years. This is down here. Is it? Yeah. Pivot swing. The significance of this level is the same that you know, for the ES here, right? If I and what I look for this kind of like references, if if I see something happening where I see market having a directional move, for example, right? And both markets are reaching that reference kind of like at the same time, so there also something happen around those areas are higher when these two markets are in sync. That's what's happening in the Dow. Let me see. Ooh, those two are really killing it, man. Look at that. Russell and Dow, right? So they are kind of like stepping ahead here. If there is any upside here, Russell and Dow are already kind of like stepping ahead of the movement. I'll look at those markets rather in a way that they are not going to get in the way, or they are not in the way for anything that can happen here. Any directional move to the upside. VIX is not buying. VIX is not buying though. VIX is still high relative to 5. This could be some strings. Let's see if Nasdaq can take its opening back. If Nasdaq remains out of sync, remains as an inside day, that would be that market not joining the other indices. And when that happens, kind of like expect some pullback in the years, right? The odds that there is some strong upside diminish or get reduced when that when Nasdaq don't join. This is the daily. This is Nasdaq daily here. I can see how it is, right? It's still an inside day. The ES has turned ES though. Man, this is not what it looks. Okay. Let's put something there. Where's the pop? Where's the pop? No, this is oscillate. Okay. Lot. Cleaning, no. Apply. Okay. All right. Now I can see some. Okay. Come on. I need to do something here. This is 2 dot size offset. Let's do it daily. I guess this is 5. Let's do 5. How does it look better? Yeah, nah, that's a little better. Let's do 10. Nothing. Let's do. I guess this is 20. Is it? Okay. apply. Yeah, that's better. 20. Yeah, I remember this is 20. Apply, okay. Well, hold on for a second. It's a trend. There's a downside trend here, right? Boy. There actually could be something here. Actually can be something. What what I don't like here really. Let's put it here. Let's put the same. I have built this these studies using clinical system study. No, Damon explains on his website how he does that. All right. Come on, man. Why? Why don't you? I put you 20. Or maybe let's do 40 for Nasdaq. Those have wider ranges. No, even bigger. Let's do 50 here. The offset. Nothing. Let's do 70. 70 offset. Yeah, that's better for Nasdaq 70. Okay. Crude is in the left, gold is in the right. Look at this formation here. Now we have that. This actually can be something here. Well, let's see if it gives us a green. This is something tricky here. Okay. Gold. This actually is to the outside. It is red now, but this actually this is positive. This is something I missed. This is really close to zero. It could have been a good entry here. I don't want to chase this market. After all, we have only 3 bars here. I need to change these time frames. These timelines here for these markets. These timelines are for years. Look at that bar. Look at this bar. This is the year. This is Nasdaq. Too much. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, maybe 20. Too much. Let's do it 15. You know, it's not noticeable. I think it's okay. Apply. Okay. Then it's okay for Nasdaq. No, this was a good side. This was good, right? Now, I guess the market here now is gold, man. This actually is a divergence. This is a buying divergence in Nasdaq. They may attempt now to reach the opening and maybe, you know, take this is still inside, but this can be some back and forth here. $48. Let's see if gold can reach a 48 here. What happened with gold is that it's very close to. To its potential destination now. In its volume here now. Alright, we have 3 bars now. Look at all the job the Nasdaq has to do. You know, there's emptiness here above the 40, the 450, 25, 450. I mean, right? It's not a void, but it's empty. I guess Nasdaq needs to fill this area first before trying to do anything here. Yeah, I don't mean that right now in the 5 minutes, but I'm checking the daily. In this area between the 700 and the 500, that can be a range. Maybe it's a range for today. Yes. Has some. It has established a nice base here around the 30. Didn't even get to this. May target at nice 60. All right. Let's see. We have nice volume. Really nice volume. Okay. Look, this is the 2 weeks. This is Christmas. This is New Year's. Check the volume, right? Very low volume. Very low volume. Right now, it seems like this can be at least, back to normal. Let's see. We have still 10 more minutes. If this continues, we may have something like that. And that would be good for anything here, for any movement. These are the charts. This is the gold charts. The TPO is right there at this overnight high. Right? Could be some back and forth here. And that 30 something, 32 was this actually was a good level here, man. This is something. Look at the volume here. Let's go. Can you see the volume? The higher it goes, higher volumes are attracting buyers. That's not bad, man. That's not bad, actually. That's something good. I miss the opportunity there. And after all, where gold is, I guess also same as Nasdaq here. we talk about how Nasdaq is not empty, but it is very thin here, right? Has Nasdaq has some job to do. There's a void here in gold. There's a gap here in gold. And and right now we are right at the lower part trying to fill this gap. This is a very big gap, right? Just check these ranges, for example, like 1, 2, 3, 4 day range, um, and the range of that 4 day range, and compare that to the size of the gap. It's a very significant gap. If this market can get to 80, that would be some good advance actually. Huh? Getting back inside this, that would be the center of the gap. Maybe that is the 4,500. That can be some sort of swing level there, or pivot. Those pivots doesn't mean that I am going to sell or buy from those references, right? The same goes for any other reference, any other line that I put on my charts. There are not, those are not lines to trade from, but rather to watch the market closely. Crude is doing a better job here. Crude has a gap to the upside. As well. And it's getting back inside this 3-day range. Seems like it has a harder job to do. All right. It's impressive how Russell and the Dow has moved out of the range. There is change in the ES. There is no more one-time framing lower. Nasdaq is I think that's a more neutral market right now. Friday's high is very questionable, obviously, because it's right at 50, and there's accumulation there. There's a cluster of 3 highs just at the 50, not around the 50, but at the 50, and that's not good. Is something happened to the upside? That, man, it can happen really fast. Got to be very careful here. Russell also is kind of showing acceptance of Friday's breakout. Friday's was a outside bar to the upside. It has potential for upside continuation. What about the Dow? Dow has ended one time frame lower. However, the monthly oh, my bad. I'm checking SPY. my bad. I should check the Dow. All right. Ooh, Dow is really good here. It has it. There may be some sort of, I don't know. Not, this is a pretty interesting chart. Dow. Wait a minute. Did I see some sort of check here? Okay. Let's see. This can be misleading for shorts here. This is actually something good. Now, but this can happen now. Remember this. That sequential trade what day? I don't remember what day it was, about Tuesday. This is still in play here. And this can be, this kind of movements can be very misleading. It can. Okay, okay. I'm going to collapse that profile. Don't need that anymore. Make you a little bit bigger so I can see this one here. There's a 69.55 sort of. Oh, well, I'm going to remain quiet here when I'm watching the ears. There's some buying coming here. Look how buy comes. As the market goes lower, there's buying. But it's a market to the upside. Momentum's to the upside. This can be some sort of test. The ultimate test would be the 69.20 here. Nasdaq has already did that job, right? Now let's see if this market joins Nasdaq, comes back in here and start hovering right back and forth on this, and then resolves. There's a lot of overlap here in Nasdaq. Look at these bars here. This was a nice move. I got the SIM. I'm using the SIM account to try to get familiar with this market. Also have started to I got data now from Comex and NICE for these two markets here. I guess I can even have a profile for Russell as well. Russell the Dow here. I will do that later. I mean, this computer is using too much memory now. That's how I like to keep this around 50. And that's coming from, oh boy, that's coming from the stream actually. Biggs, that is the key is Biggs. Kicks is not buying this. There's some hedging here. What can happen? I think, right? The risk here is, oh, come on, man. Look, what the heck is this? What? Just look at this. Look at this. Come on. This is a risk. This is there's some weird stuff going on here now. Uh, I would just step aside here now. I don't care what kind of setups can this market can give me. I'm not going to do anything. Uh, at least now this is weird, man. This is weird. Be careful here. This is something I don't like really. Maybe some blocks. What kind of blocks? Ooh, wow! Is that 7,000? Did I see the 7,000 here? 941, 100. Oh no, not 7,000. That's 2,000. Oh, man, that was scary. And this is a sale actually, right? This is a sale here. There's a buy here. The buy comes at 35. The sale comes at bigger sale comes at 40. Which is this month? Yeah, this month, right? And this is how these markets can kill people, right? You got some sale here, which is this one, right? But because it's big, it can push this market lower, right? And there, I mean, if somebody puts this out there for me to see, so everybody can see, right? And I will be very, very careful when this kind of stuff happens, right? It not doesn't mean that it's going to break, right? That's not. That's why I don't. That's not the reason why I have these blogs here. I don't use this to trade also, but it is just weird here. It's just can you see? I don't know if you feel what I'm feeling now, but just look at this. Look at this histogram here. Big volume here. Big volume here coincides with with that block, right? And but what happened up there happened below here. Hmm? I will let the market alone. Yeah. Gold, after all, becomes or was the only one that was worth something here. Yeah. I think this is the market that traders are focusing now. Until this one, what can happen? Maybe this market finish doing its job, and then something can pull into these ones. I don't know. This can be a good area to make a good high for gold. What is this? Oh, we talk about the 4,500, right? That can be where this market is heading to. Yeah. A really strong momentum happening here, and tremendous back and forth, really flat. And it's unbelievable how crude has flattened here, right? I'm gonna check gold. I'm gonna check the 30 minutes chart for gold. Gold. Oh, la. Oh, la, la. Alright, this is crude, right? Crude has actually has a good high here. This might be the high for crude. We may have a high in crude. What about gold? Gold. Look at this emptiness here. This is a trending day that we have to the downside in crude, right? And wow, boy, this market might find something around 45. Yeah, 45 here. Uh, this I mean the same sort of day, the same kind of day that we have here in crude. We may have a trending day in crude, trending to the outside. So the pullbacks cannot maybe are not going to get close to zero here, but rather okay, I okay okay rather okay, let me see. Hold on for a second. There could be something here actually. Hold on. It's too big. Let's make it smaller. Yeah, this. No, I don't like that. This is bad. What kind? The pullbacks may be too to the 10 here. You know. Usually I would like something like this, right? Getting close to zero, but the next one may be higher or close to the oscillator here. No, some sort like that. It looks like this is the strongest market right now. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't touch the 30 high again the rest of the day. But now it's kind of like getting overextended. Uh, some sideways trading and some pullback again can give us a good, nice opportunity to give me a good opportunity to try this market. Remember, I am I am trading a simulator account in this market. Okay? I'm not familiar at all with this market, so I got to be very careful here. No, at least I'm going to be using a simulator at least here for 3 months, 2-3 months minimum here. The minimum would be 2 months before trying to do anything in with real capital. Because all of that because I'm not familiar with this market. No, I'm not really. Let's draw a line here, the potential swing. Well, since I'm going to check, since I'm checking gold here now, well, let's get some references. Look at this. This area here, there's a breakout from this inside range here. This was a really nice range here, right? Inside bar, inside day here. Inside day. And the first area to monitor, the first reference I will put here is this one. There may be some back and forth here, And this one here is, I think this is really interesting chart here. This area here in the upper side. I wouldn't call it a specific level, but 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 more than an area here. Nah, 90. Nah, 80. Yeah, 80 is better. Okay, this could be where this market is heading to. I will pay attention if there's any big fat bar that moves really fast, right? That can give us some sort of exhaustion bar at the end. All right, that would be, now I am going to link, this is chart number 25. Chart number 25, chart drawings coming for 25. Okay, so all the draws that I do here will show up here in my 5 minutes chart. All right there. Okay, this is coming back into that inside day range. This is looking good. Okay, what about what's happening to Bitcoin? Dollar is, what's the dollar? What's the sign of dollar index? Okay, that I don't know. All right, can be. Let's see if this is an opportunity here. Let me open this profile. This is gold. It's having some pullback here. No, I don't have data for the dollar. Okay, I don't have data for ICE, but I guess I can use the euro. Right? This coming down can be dollar going higher, right? And when this goes higher, the dollar is going lower. Notice how in gold even this red bar is to the upside, man. Don't don't trade don't don't trust the colors, man. It's a lot of overlap bars here. The only one that is clearer is the gold. Look at this. Look at what happened here. You know, it all started here. It was very weird. It's a very weird bar. Just leave. Got to be very careful, right? This got to leave those that market alone at that time. I suspect this movement killed a lot of people, or hurt a lot of people. All right, Nasdaq is getting better. It has finally taken its uh, daily, opening. I'm going to collapse this profile. It's about to take this. This one is targeting this 69.40. No, 69.54. Let's check how much those are. 69.44. 69.44. 54. Oh crap, 69.40. 69.55. It's 5 points. Gosh, but I don't like it for today. Maybe two more. This pullback in gold is being used for these markets to rally, to catch some momentum. Not as much volume as I thought we were going to have. To keep the volumes should be around this much. How about this volume here, right? Who would think, right, where this market is? I need to write an email now. this bar, before this catching my attention, this bar here is to the upside, but it's a counter trend bar. The momentum is, there's a negative momentum here, but as you can see, as the market turns down, prices go higher. You got to be very careful that to have the market line up. I believe this market is trying to check or correct this 69.4 or 69.54 level up here. There can be some spike to the upside as the market gets closer to this area, or maybe some pullback here, right? It already have, we really did something here. Let's see if it does it before the next period opens. I wouldn't like this market to come. Maybe I can, maybe, this bar here. What's that? 45 can be. I mean, this low is good. It's good to can be used as some sort of stop, right? The first 52. This POC of this day, right now. That's the first thing reference. The upper side. Oh, hold on. I need to check this market now. What? I don't want you to come lower, man. There can be some. We may have some sort of 5 minutes here before anything happens. I'm checking this market can take this high out. POC. POC. Come on, go higher. A little bit. It is clearly fixated. This is not a good high here. Let's check another. This is clearly fixated in this. There are good odds that this market is going to take this. And good odds is, the odds are low for me that this is the high of the day. All right. Remember, these are just odds. Just odds. Right? Now let's see if this market takes this low. Because I'd say that this could be a good stop. Right there. Right here. This can be a good stop. Very close to this low. A very good area to monitor. Lows, yeah. This is a good how to measure risk, right? You came right down to that. Bix is not buying it. It's not buying it though. It's not buying it. I mean, this is biggest high relative to this day. Let's find let's check it out what it, even though it went all the way high here, 1525. Now we are kind of like halfway through the lows of Friday. Okay, that's this level. Let's see if the high can be taken. Let's see if we have a spike here. Volume is not coming here. You know, this was key, right? The volume we have here was key when gold started to have its pullback. Now this may take this area out or these highs out. Let's see if momentum keeps joining here and volume starts to start to come here, or it goes back to gold. This is a good time to move a stop here now. I wouldn't want the market now to come back below the, what's that, the 50. Yeah, below 50 can be a good area here. Now check that daily chart. There's a couple of highs there, so may have even have further upside on this, and we may have a double distribution here. Same sort of a double distribution Nasdaq had down here. Now may form here. I want to check, right? Something that is, boy, it's just the kind of worrisome is that Nasdaq is not having it. Nasdaq is not joining. As long as Nasdaq don't join, it kind of like puts a drag on this market. The 10 has been taking gold, so this is, it may come back even further, maybe to this area, right? Because this reference, this high here, still has not been clear. We may now even take this high out, and this market can actually be targeting the gap. What is this gap here? Because I remember there's a gap here in the ears. Oh, can you see this up here? Where are you, man? Why I don't see you? Oh, I know why. Let's extend this a little bit. Okay, that's the gap. Saddle, I don't care about saddle this day. I would rather use POC. It's POC. Point of control of whatever day that is. Now, just to monitor for continuation. And another one down here, which is the value area low. Now I can see you. This was POC. The overnight high is being taken Nasdaq. I will use this high as a reference instead of the high or the closing of the distributions. Let me extend or open this one. This one. Should I keep this or should I let it go? Should I keep or let it go? No, I'm going to keep the P. Oh, that's better. That's better. Just here. This one is history. I use that for this pivot line here. Interesting. This is actually up here. I don't know why I leave it there. Oh, look at that. The Nasdaq is coming back inside this 2-day range. Ah, I can see you now. Huh. This was a breakout failure. Look above. It trapped. It got a lot of longs here, thinking that this was a breakout to the upside. And it just proceeded to kill the longs here. Liquidation. So now this is a better market to try. A little upside here, maybe also aiming to close the gap. Okay, this one is here. This level actually is important. I'm going to extend POC. Notice how is chewing its way into this the value area here now. That's better. I can see better that way. Wait a minute. My email. Okay, I'm done. What happened here? Bum, 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 bum. Choo, choo, choo. I got too many charts on this screen, right? Kind of confusing. To illustrate this chart, in the top left corner, I have the daily, ES daily. The upper side is usually dedicated to ES, the bottom one to NASDAQ. The upper left, I have the daily, ES daily. Down below, daily histograms. So I can see, and I have this, so I can see where the accumulation of volume is, right? And you can see, for example, as this market goes higher, it's leaving a volume, another volume down here, down below, with a kind of like a thin area between these two. Immediately down below we have NASDAQ and the same thing, histograms, daily histograms as well. The histograms that you can see next to the daily are the 30 minutes period, right? So and these go in direct correlation, right? Are directly related to the market profiles that I have on its right. I have a market profile here and expand it on its right, and I can see I have this check or configured or set to have only one overnight. If I want to check more overnights, sometimes this is very useful, right? I do have another chart here. In this chart, it's kind of like my main chart. I have here blocks, for example. There's I can see some selling coming, right? But this selling is in the in the lower side, right? 700 is white, 69.52. What is 59.52? Kind of like around this light volume. This is total volume, and I use this to compare what's happening now relative to the previous day, to the previous trading day. These are daily histograms. This is I used to have this one instead of these guys here. I usually check volume, but I don't do that anymore. I rather just use histograms. Let me make this smaller. Smaller. Come on, come on, come on. Hurry up, hurry up. It's just taking too much time. Okay, let's do this way. Better. All right. You can see this emptiness here, right? This white volume here. And as the market, and how do I interpret this is as this market went lower, it did it without volume, right? At the end, I think what we saw down here was liquidation only, right? Rather than more serious. More serious buying. Why I say liquidation? Because if I check the volumes again, and all this volume was low in the past six trading days, right? Pretty much the last 2 weeks. Same goes for Nasdaq. I have another Nasdaq volume here, daily histograms for Nasdaq, and Nasdaq. The 30 minutes period for Nasdaq is right below ES, and the same thing goes for its TPO charts down here. We'll come back to the rest of these charts. On the right, I do have here the 5 minutes. volume candle or candle volume bars. All right. So this is a way to integrate volume into the body itself, right? Rather than having it. For example, usually it is in this lower side, right? I like this one better. I really, really like this one better. Just kind of like there's a late discovery there. Um, Today I have started mm, to have data from comics analysis so I can see what crude oil and gold are doing as well, right? I used to check only the ES, for example. I got to check the ES, and I do have here mm, volume candles as well. But I think the one that I can get from Sierra are better. Down over here, they give me just the close, right? I configure this to have these white bars as a downside bars and gray ones as upside bars, just like that. I don't like to have too much colors, right? I'm this is something that I'm thinking I will do. I will change these colors to these ones. I still need to learn how in Sierra. It is way easier on Thinkorswim. But Sierra has a lot of stuff I need to check first before doing that. Both studies that I have built these studies based on Damon Pavlatos and the other Pavlatos traversals and Linda's Schalke oscillator. Both husband and wife. That is really nice. Husband and wife are traders. They used to have hedge funds, and Damon actually has a lot of experience in this market. He's the CEO of the majority partner of Photon Trader, which is the platform I used to use when I had Window Trader. A really, really, really nice platform. But since I moved from Window Trader to Sierra, I didn't need the plugin that he has on his on his platform, and I use the experience that I gained from Window Trader to build my own profiles here, right? Basically, what I do here is I color, right? What I like here is the color in in the in the volume pro in the TPO chart, as well in the histograms, and this is the most important to me, the histograms, right? In which I can see, right? And this Sierra doesn't. Sierra just gives you the tools. You got to configure. I spent more than 100 hours, really, 100 hours trying to figure out how to get to this. This is what it cost me, more than 100 hours digging into the Sierra settings. But I finally could get something very, very, very similar, right? Very similar, extremely similar to Window Trader. Or at least for me, is good enough, right, to trade, right? And what I like here is the colors, how I color this one. I can see reds are high volume, purples medium, and whites are low volume, right? They're not necessarily are in the center. They're not necessarily, as you can see, kind of like a typical histogram would be something like this one over here, right? Red, then follows purple, then white. But as you can see, I can see some medium volumes on both sides, down here, up here, right? There's some potential back and forth on this market. Some incredible volume that was very helpful to keep myself away from this market when this happened, for example. Right? This is very, very useful. When I don't have this, I feel like I'm naked, right? Like very, very exposed, very vulnerable. Um, but now lately, I have also started to use this 5 minutes candle bars that Sierra also has. As you can see, as you could see, Thinkorswim also has those ones. Right? I also have those ones. Photon Trader, remember the one part that's Photon Trader has a better one. I really like his how, because he's a trader, right? He's a trader. He traded. He's very he knows what he wants, and he can just ask his programs to do what to fit. This is a really nice platform for trading. And this is the oscillator that basically I have started to use to gauge momentum, right? Momentum in the market, and the 30 high, 30 low, right? Also, what this gives me is direction, right? This gives me momentum, this gives me direction, potential for change with these dots that I can see. These dots are filtered, actually. What else can I say here? Oh, okay, let's go back to this. Now I started also to check Bitcoin. I have no intentions to do any kind of trades on this market ever. Well, of course, anything can change, but I don't have plans to do anything in Bitcoin. But it's very useful to monitor. I don't have access to the dollar market, but since I have CME and CBOT, I can check the euro here, all right? And from this chart, I can like kind of like figure out what the dollar is doing. We may be seeing some downside in dollar if I am. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. How dollar is. What is my chart? Let's bring it here. This is the ES. This is the dollar. Dollar down here. Yeah. And this just moved the opposite way. It's kind of like a trending higher, trending low. All right. Gapping, closing the gap, trying to close the upside gap. It's kind of like the relationship between these two is what I check. All right. And down here, there's some. I also have the oscillators on all my charts now. All my charts I have put the oscillators and this momentum, directional. Oh, look at this, man! Look at this chart here. Look at this crude oil here. I have tested. I have tested this level. Okay, that's why I have crude here. What the heck? 87. What level is this? And this comes really close to the Friday's high. And now has taken this higher. They may have some upside still here. Maybe not that much. And this is very dangerous though. Just the way how this is happening. There's a bunch of stops here. Stops below this bar, below this bar, below this bar, below the way how these stops are situated can trigger a really quick downside. Doesn't have to happen today, but this is information I want to carry on down the road. But still, I don't trade crude or just for disclosure. All right, we have something here in gold now. It has checked the high of the band. I guess I missed this one. Okay. The momentum's to the downside right now. We are below zero a little bit. Remember, do you remember when we talk about the potential, how this market can trade, right? It has come a little bit lower now. And checking, I was checking now, right? Maybe coming down to third to the 10. I didn't do that. Yet rather just checking this one. And this was a kind of like a really nice. Reference to check. Well, I think that's the overnight high. Now we may see some back and forth in this range here. In this range. And this one over here. I wonder if this can be a good long now. It didn't even get close to this. It didn't even get close to this area here. Ah, boy. Let's see if volume starts to pick up here. What time that market opens? What dollar opens at 8:30? Crude opens at 9? Really? It opens at 9? Or 9:30? Opens at 9, right? What about gold? Gold opens at 8:30. Did it? Come on, man. I have Google here. Let's Google that. This momentum has not changed yet. This can be a good, maybe attempt to take this high here. 830. Gold 830 to 130? No way. Yeah. Nine to 230 in gold. Include. Okay. I will change that. Okay. Let's do this. F6 timeline. This is the daily. This should be crude oil. 9 a.m. Okay, let's do this 9 a.m. Yes. Come on, man. I don't know why this screen do this. Okay, now this is the night. What time? 2:30. 2:30. That's why it closes, right? 2:30. 12. Okay. Apply. Okay. Apply. Okay. Okay, this is better. Better here. Now let's check gold. Same thing. Gold. Gold goes from 820. Huh. Interesting. 820. Huh. 820. Apply. Okay. To 130. So I will touch that market at 820. 230 again? 130. Interesting. I mean, those are the most traded hours, right? All right. Right there, right there, right there. Oh, quite market now. I'm going to use this chance to grab breakfast. I did a small trade, but I didn't hold it, man. I did grab a one option, only one. Yes. I did grab an option to ES. When shit. I don't remember when. Oh, when was I guess when it was taking this high. I was taking this high, aiming to these highs up here. Now, it's as you can see, this is the movement is weakening now. All right, this movement is weakening. We got questionable low here, buying right from this high. Now this can become a pivot line down the road. But these highs here, you know, this one's here, not being repaired yet. It's still questionable. I don't think that's a good high. It doesn't mean that there's not a good high. It doesn't mean it cannot be the high for today. Still, it's a 2-day range here. questionable high, very questionable high or range. Uh, but I wouldn't. I would keep myself away from the years, and I'll come back. Maybe keep checking what's going on with gold here. I didn't get anything here. I was very close to get something here, but it's still momentum is to the downside. Even though the direction is to the upside. This is a pullback here. This can be a good. Huh. Actually, this is this can be a good sign now. Now I got, for example, but I have here. I have configured this in such a way. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This can be a good high. In such a way that it gives me a pink dot, right? As this market closes zero, crosses zero. Kind of like maybe a sign to buy. Let's see where this stop can be. 76.50. What? What happened here? Oh, come on, man. I'm checking Nasdaq gas. Ugh. This is Nasdaq. I guess I got lucky here. I got very lucky because I hit a buy in okay, give me a second. This one hasn't taken this stop yet. What this can do, right? This can be some really nice upside here. They may attempt now to take this high. Let's see. Of course, it has to come back to take my stop and then move higher. Cash. Um, I jump here, but I consider that I jumped too late. All right. When I noticed this was becoming positive here, was kind of like a 5 minutes late. All right. It already moved. This is a nice stop to have down here. All right. This is it, right? As this market move higher, the next stop or kind of I can move or maybe trail my stop to this high up here, this high here, right? I don't want the market coming back below that now, and because because it's still an inside day, right? And it's very sluggish, and it's the weakest of all indices. I don't want to risk too much here. And when I got my trade up here, remember I tried to I get long here. I thought I got long when the market was down here, but I actually did. But I did something here in this market in the same here. See what the heck? And I closed it. Like thanks God I closed basically for a break even there. But that's something kind of like a risky there. Now this is sign of exhaustion. Why is showing exhaustion here when this is actually just changing? Oh, look at the volume. Really bad volume in Nasdaq. It doesn't compare at all with the ES here. I'm going to start checking this. You know? ES is kind of like starting to drop a little bit, but still higher than Friday. But Nasdaq is not having it. Notice how high it is. Right? How high it is. The opening relative to Friday, right? But just after that, the next period drops. And there is a bigger drop in the third period. So I am watching here now if this market has any kind of thing like that, right? In one of these periods, it may reach, become similar, or even higher. I'm watching if anything like that happens, which will be a sign of change. Right? As you can see, I don't need much here, just these two. Whereas VIX? VIX is still a little bit higher relative to Friday's close. Oh, I was saying I grab a call 69.55, which was this one here. Right where the market is, right? When the market was down here, doing this breakout, or taking this high, right? When I started to gain some momentum to the upside. I guess it was here. I can see the momentum was changing. But I didn't hold it. I wasn't willing to risk too much the half of the day. Not a convincing movement. Alright. And that was when this market actually made this high here, came back. And that's how it dries here. As it came back, how it dries. This is still, I think this is still up to, but as it's weakening, very close, very close to this low. All right, I'm going to get breakfast. Let me know if you have any questions or comments. So far, this has been one of the largest markets have seen. Now, can this be how the year is going to be? All of these highs that I see here in ES are being weakened even more, even further, right, as the market starts to build a new set of stops out here, right, just above this one. It's just curious how this opening range high is being used now as a support for Nasdaq. It just happened so slow now. Now there is some shorts here that can be trapped here in the years. Why you would like? What would somebody like to short the market? The market is breaking out. It is true that the breakout is man really bad, sluggish, lacking tempo, conviction, right? But still, why is a breakout? It's coming back inside the inside bar, probably right trying to test the high of this two-day range, or even further close the gap that I don't see here again. Oh, this is here. This is this little one here. Right? Trying to close the gap. It might try to close the gap. So why would like short? Right? You can see here some shorts here. This short in the market is something this one. Even though correct momentum, right? Even though direction or momentum is has switched to the momentum has switched to the downside. That's not what I say. Even momentum is to the downside, is the market is still higher. You can see still above zero. It's a market that has not changed. Right? What started at the opening has not been changed. Regardless of whatever indicator or study you might be watching now. And most important here to me is the reaction of the market, right? The reaction of the market to the news in Venezuela, to what's happening in Venezuela. nothing has happened really. The market have disregard anything, any potential impact, either positive or negative, coming from that event. Now, it's amazing how bigs remain high. When I say high, is I always there's always something that you need to compare to, in at least in trading, right? If you hear me, if you see me doing or saying that this market is high, it's always going to be relative to something. It can be previous day range. It can be previous week, or it can be the current week. You know, it's always relative to something, and that something is what gives us context. I'm a bit tired now, but I'm going to take a break. Let's see if I can rest a little bit. I'll come back late. But I'll leave the screens here. I hope it's useful. If you have any questions, just let me know. I'll check when I come back. Quite, um, quite an interesting day today because of how it has developed so far. Quite interesting is just a way to call it because the highlight is has been the opposite, right? Not an interesting day at all. Um, Maybe this day has disappointed many traders who may have expect some more swings, right? More increased volatility. It has not happened. It has not happened. Uh, and what may be happening is market setting the stage for the upcoming days. I will be observing or watching very careful how the market develops relative to this 2 day range first, right? Because what I'm noticing the market is doing is market is basically replacing these highs, these five wide highs that we have, kind of around the center of this 2 day range. He's been replaced by another one, by another set of highs, very close to each other, around the 57 something level. The same thing that happened here is happening again around 1 week after. And which to me is an indication of very short time frame trading going on here, trying to take the market down or retest whatever may have happened in this day. So now this pivot swing may be of relevance, or may start gaining relevance the upcoming days. And I will watch this market if it has any correlation with what might be happening in Nasdaq at the same time. Meaning, if the market drops towards this area, but Nasdaq remains also, or it doesn't drop further this, that will be these two markets getting in sync. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that's a possibility that I'm watching here. We might see something, some accumulation, some kind of market coiling above one specific reference, right? And the resolution of that can be the one that could be interesting, the one that can be actionable actually. At the end, Nasdaq confirmed to be the one that was going to drag the yes. Russell and the Dow were kind of like stepping ahead, right? Or getting out of the way of any upside movement that the other two main indices could have been done today. Um, but Nasdaq refusing to join or to sync with the other three is what has make the movement in ES stall. You know? I don't know if that can be a lasting one. Hmm. After all, ES has taken, was breaking, has broken the downside trend in the daily, while it established itself as an inside day here. Um, I believe the 25,800 can be important. If this market work is way higher towards that area, the 25,800, there could be some potential upside there. If it doesn't happen, if that doesn't happen, the downside can be significant from that level. But what do we have around the 25,800? Yeah, they have a gap there. Mm. They have this gap here. I'm just coming back from a nap here. Alright, guys, unless there's any question or comment, I will be calling it a day. I mean, the stream. I still plan to be here. But I need to free some resources on my PC here. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Stay safe.